East County. We first off just wanted to say thank you so much for the revisions with the plan. We really appreciate the responsiveness of your team to our comments from the concept plan. Stacy, you'll recall we sent you a memo after that concept plan process, and since then we've worked with your team to address many of those comments. So we actually feel like this application has come in really good shape, addressing a lot of our key comments. We do have a number of comments, though, related to transportation. I'm assuming that you all saw those associated with site distance and circulation, and we think that that's a finer point that we want to talk to you about. We can make time at our work session next week if we can't cover everything today, but that's really a key issue for us.
Is that scheduled, Stacy? A work session?
You know what? There will be another meeting if we need it at the same time around the same time next week.
Okay. Okay.
Yep, it's kind of a regularly scheduled meeting that they have after DRC.
Got it.
Also, just want to say for the record, this is 801 Roeder Road, just because this is also being live streamed. So anyone listening in, this is the item that we're talking about. Some other, some very minor things that we may not want to take the time away from the major issues. But I do want to also note about thank you for responding to all the issues that we had with the legacy protections. I think one of the other comments that we talked about previously was providing the information that demonstrates the square footage is being removed. I think you did a great job with the explanation in the SOJ, but we just want to see it on the
You
plan.
can put it on the plans. Yeah, we shared it with DPS and we'll share it with you.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so that was, I think, another key thing as part of our findings. But I will turn it over to, I guess, one more plug for, I'm sorry. One more plug just for the urban design comments. And again, these aren't new comments, but just addressing how the alley to the south of the property is improved and aesthetically it looks. So I think those are 3 comments maybe for today's discussion.
Great. Thanks, Tamika. Well, we just, first of all, we similarly felt like the concept plan process worked really well for kind of all of us in terms of being able to address comments and being able to use that time to further refine the plan. So thank you, Tamika, and everybody for working with us over this time period, because it really helps to expedite where we are now. And they're moving very quickly kind of to the next phase with preparing building permits. Just wanted to introduce you, John Sweeney from Turbino's on the phone, on the call, as is the rest of our design team. We similarly just wanted to go through a few questions we had on site distance, et cetera. We saw basically there was that comment, and we wanted to just get some clarity regarding the point of measurement. And maybe Pat, do you want to walk them through that?
Yeah, I think we measured it from the basically not accounting for the parking lane. So I guess for the DOT team and Sam, if you're on here, for us to measure from the actual travel lane, do we need to create a bump out in the parking, or should we, I guess, just make that assumption that we're actually measuring from the edge of the travel lane and not the parking lane?
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you, Pat. Please look at our site distance analysis form. It has all the directions that you need to follow in order to measure the site distance. If you have a parking lane, it normally measures 6 feet behind that the travel lane starts.
Okay.
Just to keep in mind, Pat, especially the pedestrian site distance as well, coming out of the garage is, I don't know, I cannot see where the sidewalk is right now. It's probably
Is there
close.
another plan
Yeah,
that we have?
existing conditions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're
if you want to take over, you go ahead. Stacy, what would you prefer? What do you think would be helpful?
Pat, which one do you want?
That's a
I
good
think there's one that
think
should, yeah,
we can
okay.
zoom in there.
Oh, this one here? So want to zoom in like kind of right in here?
Yeah, so I guess Deepak, to your question, so I don't think we currently, I know the pedestrian sight distance coming out of the garage, that's sort of the as requested. I don't think we measured that.
Yeah.
We certainly can. The tricky thing about this one is that actually what might be helpful for this is to go to, well, I can probably just describe it, but where that 14-foot 6-inch dimension is, you know, you that's the exit. And so, you know, not long after you reach the right of way, if you're going in the building, you're going against the exit, it's like immediate left turn. So in terms of measuring sight lines, usually you're sort of presuming that like there's an approach for this measurement, that like you're coming straight out there. So it's kind of a weird, because you're if you imagine yourself in the garage, if you're exiting, you're coming left to right, and then you're turning right and you're immediately leaving. So that measuring point is like it's kind of weird because you're basing it on a speed, and that sets how far back you measure it from. But the car would never be that far back, I guess that's what I'm saying. So maybe
See,
I'll
the
drop.
problem, sorry, Pat. So the problem here is it's only 4 feet wide. If you look at the refuge, that's only 4 feet wide. So I think it has to be what? 6 feet?
I think, well, that's a separate issue. We were talking about the
Yeah.
site distance. We're gonna,
Yeah.
but so can we just focus on the site distance for a second? So maybe if we can go to one of the architectural sheets, it would help if we go to give you the sheet number.
All right, you're creating a new, first of all, I don't understand those access points where you say right out only and exits on the other side of the street, like other side. So to me, the notes don't make any sense. But also, I don't think you can meet site distance based on, you're supposed to, if you're creating a new building, or it's not, yes, but if you're creating a new access point, which I believe you are, then it has to meet to the current standards. And then you're supposed to like angle it out so that people can if you're coming out, basically you can't see until you pass the wall. And so that's the problem, is that you can't see pedestrians when you come out of this garage.
So yeah, the issue, if we zoom in a little bit here, what I was describing. So to your point, Rebecca, like I understand the desire to sort of angle the building, but there's existing columns there. So we can't really, you know, unless you're building a new building, and even then it's kind of rare to angle the building. So you have to almost create these very creative solutions. But that's an impediment, is that there's columns there. There's 2 gray boxes on either side of the exit are existing columns, and we're just cutting a portal in there. But what I was describing is that, you know, when you look at the pedestrian sight distance requirements, it's based on a car traveling at a certain speed towards the exit. And you can see here that, like, you know, the car is going left to right on the page, and they're turning right and then going immediately out. And so they would never get to like, if you run the calculation of where you're supposed to measure from, the car would never be there, because the calculation tells you where to measure from in terms of going into the garage, a straight line from the exit in. The car would never be that far back because the drive lane is so close to the exit in a perpendicular nature. So maybe what we can do is we can just sort of handle this offline, but draw up an exhibit and see how we would do it here. But it's a little weird.
And I don't understand, like, are you at grade level? So how do we slow down the people so that they don't just feel like they can just come out? And there's, yeah, either way, either people, like, you have to, when you got walls there and you're 6 feet back, you can't see. So how do we make it so that pedestrians don't get hit and vehicles don't just feel like they can just pull out until they get to the curb?
Right.
Well,
It's open to either side, Pat. You can, you know, there's not perpendicular walls to the street that would block views. Our office there to the left on the page is actually glazed, so you can see through that as well.
No, but so when you come, there's a wall right here and my car is up there. I can't see a pedestrian walking on the sidewalk until I actually get past the walls, which
Yeah.
is not how the sight distance works. And so how do you slow people down so that they don't feel that, hey, I can't see at the walls, so I'm going to keep pulling out. Next thing I know, I got a pedestrian walking on the sidewalk.
Well, they're gonna inherently be going much slower than normal just because of the fact that you've got a right-hand turn right immediately before the exit. And then, we can introduce stop control and various other things as
Introduce an
well.
arm that would stop them.
Just if you can address that on the next submission.
Yeah. Why don't we table this one and maybe we do come back next week. We put together that exhibit and then we can get through some of the other items. Okay.
In terms of the refuge, because Deepak brought it up,
Yeah.
there were conflicting comments. I think one requested 6, one requested 5. We believe we can make the 5 work, but again, you have that column there. So, if you create a refuge too big, you're gonna make the refuge be part of the drive lane. And so it can certainly look and feel that way, but do you want that to be beyond that column where you'd be in like in the drive lane with that alternative paving?
Yeah, Pat, I have a couple of suggestions. Number one is for the site distance. If you can please look at our site distance form, it has a lot of information, and we have been through this once in the project that we had at the corner of Georgia and Cameron. I cannot remember the name of it.
Yeah, the Tasty Diner
Talking
Center.
about state, yeah.
Right. We went through the same kind of discussion onto that project. Please take a look at it. We may be able to implement the same measures here as well.
I did look at that one. The issue with that one's quite different because that one has a garage ramp that's coming straight down through the building for, I don't know, 100 feet or something in a straight line. And so your measuring point makes sense because there's no turn immediately before the exit. That project also had, something like 20 feet between the building and the curb. So we're able to move the pedestrian sidewalk away from the building a little bit to give an additional, sight line. In this case, we're working with a dimension of 12 feet from the face of existing building to the curb. So we don't have the same tools, I guess, in terms of meeting that requirement.
What about the speed? Did we discuss the speed too? I mean, we can discuss all this in our work session meeting next week, but I think in that project, we did try to work the street vehicle speeds exiting the garage as well.
Yeah, we did do I forgot what it was, 5 miles per hour, 10 miles per hour, but even so, it in this case, it would put the measuring point to a point in this building where the car would never be.
Yeah, you're saying about the 42 feet behind that, correct? It's about 42 feet behind from that wall.
Yeah, something like that. So, because the car will only ever be, well, the driver would only, maybe
Yeah,
30
I get
feet
your
back
point.
from the exit is where the driver would be, but they're looking in the opposite direction when they.
Yeah, let's take this offline. We can discuss about it further.
Okay, thank you. And then just back to the pedestrian refuge. So we had again, 2 kind of conflicting comments in terms of how wide that should be. So we just needed some clarity on that one. So I think, Sam, you had suggested 5 feet, and I think someone else had suggested 4 feet, or someone had suggested 6.
Yeah, I think the county code says 6 feet when you're dealing with a road that has more than 6 travel lanes. That's where that language is coming from. I can work with you to on 5.
Okay, thank you.
Because there's two travel lanes.
Please keep in mind, in this kind of setting, you don't even need a pet refuge island because the access point itself is less than 35 feet.
You
So,
have 2 outs.
yeah, they're one in and out. And
Yeah.
if you add them up together, it's 35 feet. But if you want to provide it, would like to have a pet refuge that's ADA compliant.
I think.
Okay, thank you. Just continuing to move along. Natasha, thank you for your comments regarding improving visibility of the service area. We, and actually, why don't you, we address this through relocation of the access door. But Robert, did you want to talk about other ways in which
Yes,
you've
so
addressed the comment?
so the comment was to improve the look and feel of the access way, right? On the west side. Thank you.
Good.
And what we're doing is we're obviously the surface is being retreated and repaved. There's a wall on the west side of it, which we're improving architecture. We're cleaning and repainting and refinishing, and we're adding the same screen that we have on the building on top of that wall for a certain dimension.
Which wall you are referring
I
to,
can-
the
I can-
wall on the southern end?
Yeah, the
Like
very
between-
southwestern corner, southwesternmost corner. Can I share my screen and show that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we couldn't find any note on the drawing, like reflecting
Yeah,
that.
this is a new exhibit we just
Okay.
added, yeah. See if I can. Okay, so just looking at plan to describe where this is going to occur. Uh, The access way, the access alley access which serves the hotel to our west is at the southern edge of the site. And we're going to be improving the wall, in addition to improving the building and the building corner architecturally, we're going to be refinishing and cleaning and repainting, refinishing the wall that bounds the site to the south, which is actually adjacent to our property. And our thought was to add the same architectural panels that we're putting on the building on top of this wall for a certain dimension. So this exhibit is something new that we just prepared. So here you're looking towards the building from the neighboring property. So the wall is a concrete wall that we'll refurbish. And on top of the wall, we'll put a screen, which is the same panels we're using on the building, about 30 inches tall on top of that wall to give it more of an architectural sense of
That
entry
would
and arrival.
replace the fence that is already existing.
There's a fence there now, but it's not aesthetically special.
Yes. So this would be replaced.
This would be replacing that fence, yeah. We didn't want to create a visual obstruction of any sort, so we might hold it back from the sidewalk depending on input from you guys. Maybe 10 to 20 feet, just to make sure there's no visual impairment when you're exiting that alley. But this was the idea architecturally, so that the building and the wall together frame that space a little more nicely architecturally, kind of improving the feel. Does that make sense?
Sounds good. Yeah, that,
Is it what?
Road.
Road.
Is it within the right of way?
This is,
Outside the roadway. Yeah, it's within the property.
yeah.
I can zoom in.
Yeah. It's the alley that goes.
It's the, do you know where it is? You know where it is?
yes, I know
Yeah,
where it
yeah.
is. Yeah.
But saying that you're gonna make it a certain material so it doesn't obstruct the view of cars coming through the alley and seeing people on the sidewalk.
I think we'll hold it back from the edge of the property, maybe whatever you think, 10 to 15 feet off the end of the property, so that it doesn't obstruct any views, but you'd still have that architectural treatment replacing the fence, right?
You can see it on the plan view.
Sure. So with the, okay, so this is the location of the wall is about here. And I think we would hold back, so the curb is out, about 12 feet from the property line, which is here. So the improvement that I'm talking about is along this edge on the southern end of the property. But I'm thinking maybe we stop it about there so that it doesn't impact any views. If you tell me a dimension you'd like, we can work to that. So that if a service vehicle is coming out, it doesn't impede the same issue we were just talking about, right? For the garage exit. If you offer a suggestion, we'll follow it.
I think Pat would take
Yeah.
these into consideration when he prepares the sites analysis form.
Yeah, Pat, let us know what you think in terms of holding back the screen, and then we can start the screen after a safe setback from the sidewalk to avoid any,
That was for sightline purposes, is that what I heard?
yeah. So coming out and looking that way, I guess, right?
Yeah, I guess,
15 feet, 20 feet.
yeah, I mean,
This
it's,
is also a slow moving vehicle. It's
I
not
guess
like-
you'd use would you just use the pedestrian sightline criteria then for that one? Yes, you just treat it like a garage, because that one does have like a straight drive lane that comes down. That one makes a little more sense.
Hmm.
I think that's what we would do.
So we can come up with a suggestion for next week then.
Yeah, I'll look at that, Robert, and get you what I think it would be.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean,
But that's what we were
That
thinking.
sounds,
Yeah.
sounds good.
Nice,
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay.
Same architectural panels, just set back.
we should probably think about a reasonable speed for that alley as well, Pat,
It's, it's also not very long
Right.
and
as safe as possible.
sure, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, that one, Sam, I figured maybe we would just use whatever the design speed we used for the project you mentioned earlier, the Tasty Diner site, whatever the assumption was there. It's probably a similar situation.
Okay.
Sounds
I'm just gonna
we,
keep us,
Well, we gotta wrap up. I'm so sorry. So it sounds like we have an interagency work session that we want next week. Sounds like with MCDOT. Did we also want to talk with design, or does it sound like that's pretty much settled? We can handle that via email?
I think so.
Right,
Yeah.
Oh,
There were two other points and we can talk about them next. I just want to make sure we have the right folks. Is
Exactly.
just.
We'll also add that
spatial
exhibit that you requested.
so yeah, Stacey, who else needs to be at that meeting? So to make
So the
sure.
next, yep, so just spatial constraints with regards to trees, there were some comments there. And then just on environmental with green roof, we have some structural constraints that we're not able to provide that, and we wanted to just share with you. And we have constraints with regards to solar panels, but there's a lot of other features that we're doing on this building that we wanted to share. So we can share them real quick right now. It's good. We take a few seconds, or we can talk about it
No,
next
I'm
week.
so sorry. We gotta go, Stacey.
Yeah.
It's on us.
No
Sorry.
worries.
I do
Okay.
apologize.
No worries. So if we could have some folks there that we could talk about that as well.
You got it.
Okay, and then Tamika, would our time be the same? Would we be at
Next week is-
9:30 next week?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right, sounds good. We'll circle back. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
The next second item for DRC Burtonsville Towns preliminary plan, site plan, and forest conservation plan in East County.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tamika Graham with East County. Good morning, Aaron and team. I just want to make sure that in addition to the transmittal of the DRC comments, that you also received an email that was submitted with DHCA comments. And then there were also 3 attachments and e-plans that were not part of that transmittal. So I just wanted to make sure, Cassie, see you nodding.
We did. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So those are the comments that we'll be speaking from. I would just say by and large, we really appreciate all of the edits that were made from our concept plan discussion. I think that we all noted some of the substantial changes that were made, such as the unit orientation. We see that you added some more open space. The garage access is different. So we really see the efforts that your team has made to address our comments, and we appreciate that. So we have 3 applications that we're reviewing. I will just quickly touch on the high points and try to give you as much time as possible. We do have a plethora of comments. I'll start with preliminary plan. Some of the key things that I can put a finer point on that are really important. It's a site distance analysis. It needs to be expanded to the internal streets as well as the alleys. That was noted as missing. The private road justification should be uploaded, whether it's part of the SOJ or standalone. We're also looking for conformance with our complete streets design guide, specifically for private road A. And then generally, we had a number of accessibility comments related to sidewalks, curb ramps, crosswalks, and so forth. So we would like to see those just generally addressed throughout the site. And also for our preliminary findings, we know that, we're expecting the mandatory referral application to come in separately, but this plan is creating a lot, so we just need to see the data table expanded so that we can address the findings for that particular use because it's a part of this application. And what you're showing, excluding that for the site plan is totally appropriate. Another item for us, which we discussed, and like I said, we do see the efforts for some of the changes is with the open space. We really do not prefer the open space to have so many encroachments with the fire access. So we did provide a graphic for your team along with the comments that explains how we would like to see the fire access provided off of alleys 2 and 3 and punching an open area in between the units to be able to create that fire access point. Obviously, that should be run by Marie from Fire and Access, but we do think that that's one option to address fire, but then also to leave as much usable space available as possible. We understand, what you're proposing in terms of pavers, but we would like to see more green space than the pavers. And so that's where that comment is coming from. And we also are available to answer any questions that you have about the guidelines for the high visibility in units. Quickly for site noise analysis, we need to see, we'd also like to see some substantial improvements to the lighting and landscape plans. That'll go a long way in really making this development really shine. There are also some opportunities along Road A. I think we had flagged that previously for additional trees. Another suggestion that we had is the treatment of the open space for compliance with the recreation guidelines. We do have an option for a creative design where the open space could also the open space can be combined with stormwater management in a unique design. If that's something that you would explore, we would suggest it because the site is so constrained and you're dealing with so many other requirements. We would highly suggest that you explore that, and more details about that is in our recreation guidelines. Last but certainly not least is our forest conservation. Generally, afforestation will need to be addressed in an off-site forest bank. And if that's not available, we would have you explore the fee and lieu payment. We have just a number of plan edits that need to be made, and we can leave some time to talk more about that in detail. As we all know, this site is part of the Patuxent PMA, so we would like to see that line clearly delineated on all 3 of the applications. Okay, so that's my quick version of the comments for all of the plans, and I will turn it over to the other agencies or turn it over to you, Erin, to really unpack some of the details.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Tamika. We appreciate that. We are expecting to get the mandatory referral in this week, just so that you know. I think our intent is to have them, kind of marry up and go to the board together. On the comment, and maybe I just missed it, you're saying add the garage to the preliminary plan data table? Is that what you were suggesting?
Yeah, so so the data table addresses all of the townhouses, but it doesn't address the lot that's being created for the garage use. So we typically have the uses shown within the data table because we're creating it within this preliminary plan.
I think we might have had that, and then at intake they told us to take it out, but that's it's certainly not a problem to add that back in.
It would be appropriate for the preliminary, but you can leave it off of the site since that's not a part of that.
Right. Yeah, we just had a couple things we wanted to touch on briefly, and then we can open it up for, a larger discussion. One of the comments you had, I think, was about flipping a seating area and a stormwater area. And I'll defer to somebody at Land Design to explain why we can't do that. Either Drew or Jack.
Yes, thanks, Erin. The area in question, if we're looking at the plan as shown on the screen, would be at the very top of the page where the triangular bio facility is located. And for there, the principal reason why we have it oriented the way it is because that all the road and grade is coming down in toward that curve. So all the stormwater wants to drain to that low point. So flipping it would prevent the stormwater facility from actually capturing and being an effective stormwater management device. It essentially would make it a non-treatment device, so it wouldn't really capture much or treat much. And we are very tight, as we all know, on this site, and stormwater is a major component that we need to make sure is adequately addressed. That's why we're keeping the orientation the way it is, and so in order to actually capture the runoff from those units and the paved recreation area.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that explanation that's helpful.
Great. Then the second thing, so we did get the fire access comments in advance of the other DRC comments. So we actually had already started working on those. And we are going to be introducing a break between the sticks that will provide fire access. So we're going to lose 2 units, unfortunately, in order to do that. So I'll let Drew walk through that, but it does not solve the fire access in the Muse issue. And again, I'll defer to Land Design for the technical reasons why.
Yeah, thanks, Erin. So we will be removing what's shown on this screen as lots 57 and, of course, relocating lot 57 and 46 currently. So that would break it into the 2 Muse sticks into a total of 4 sticks, which provides us the ability to serve the 3 unit sticks as fire access directly from the alley. And in order to get within the 50-foot requirement for these unit types, it's not 150 feet, it's a 50-foot fire access firefighter path. So the break in the middle doesn't solve the fire access issue. We're still going to need fire access lane in the open space Muse to be able to access the end units of the longer stick. If we were to break it in the middle, we would shorten the one side, shift the stormwater to be more central into the Muse, but have to extend a fire access turn in from the alley in order to provide access to any of the central units. So we're going to need to get fire access into the Muse one way or the other in order to provide the units as designed.
And we can't do it from the alleys. Why? Drew, can you explain that?
Sure.
Why we can't get fire access from there?
The primary reason is in order to accommodate the 50-foot open space requirement width for that central muse. We just don't have the distance laterally to expand the alley to be a full 20-foot pavement width with the required 25-foot radii for the turning movements into and out of the alleys. The reality is we don't have the space to adequately provide it and still maintain an economic visibility at the site.
Staff have questions or comments on that?
How narrow would it have to be to accommodate it off the alleys, just out of curiosity? Julie, you were saying that you wouldn't need the 50 feet.
So we would have to pick up 4 feet in each alley. So you'd be reducing it by at least 8 feet. But then we're probably gonna have to switch it further in order to accommodate the 25-foot turning radii off of the private alley intersections on the internal side. We'd have the room to do it on the street A side of the alley egress, but in order to accommodate the 25-foot, we'd either be losing 2 additional units on those outer sticks or have to condense the muse further to accommodate the change from a 10-foot radius to a 25-foot radius. To give you an actual number, we'd have to draft it out and say what that central muse would be, but it would be significantly smaller.
Drew, to be clear, so how wide is the alley that you're showing now and how narrow would it go down to?
So the alley shown in green is 20 feet wide, as is the central fire access. The alleys that are not highlighted that run in between the 2 sticks longitudinally is 16-foot pavement, 20-foot easement. So in order to get a 20 to do, we either lose any easement, which I believe the standard detail has a 2-foot maintenance strip on either side of the pavement. So we'd need to go from 16-foot pavement to 20-foot pavement. So we're picking up 4 feet on either side, for either alley, and then the additional change to pick the radii up.
Got it.
So you also have to provide, per Montgomery County Code Chapter 22, this is Marie, you also have to have 10-foot clear between edge of pavement and the back of the units that are getting access from the alley. So it's not just the widening of the pavement, it's providing that additional 10 feet as well.
Total 40 feet.
And Maria, that, just to clarify, that additional dimension is for the units facing the muse, 10 feet, and the other ones facing the private street would be 5 feet because they have access from the private street, like units.
That's correct, but they still need at least some space for their driveways. I mean, that's a practical issue. So whatever space you give for the driveways, plus 20 feet for the pavement, plus 10 feet for the back of the units that face the muse. So maybe not 40, but it's not going to be far off.
Right. So I think that what we had discussed also is it may be worthwhile to see how this would impact like getting access from the private alleys, the ones that are not currently shown for fire access, how that would impact the dimension of the central muse, because we realized that it would be squeezed a little bit, so it would get narrower. But at the same time, I think we are trying to balance what's better. Is it to have a narrower muse that has no fire access on it and therefore more usable as an amenity for the residents? Because I understand you're also going to have stormwater management inside that muse. So it further limits the usability of that space for the residents from a recreational amenity standpoint. And so it may be an instance that the narrower muse is still better than to have the fire department access, sort of the stuff going into the muse. I would, from our perspective, I like to see that alternative drawn out so that we can compare apples to apples and see, okay, is it better or are we trading off too much? And Marie, just to confirm that the 25-foot radii that the applicant mentioned is the minimum that you would need, or could you go lower than that?
No, 25 is the minimum.
Right. And it would be on both sides of the alley.
Correct.
Okay,
Of
go ahead.
the private alleys, of the two private alleys.
They're used for fire department access. So the ones,
Wait.
if you can point the ones that are,
The ones not highlighted.
The ones in white are the
The ones in
private
white.
that we're talking about. So they have to be 40 feet wide and then 25
Ask
foot.
a question, I can.
I thought for townhouses, because these are all townhouse units, that it would be 150 feet to the front doors to fight the fire. So
You
that if
can do that if they are height restricted. If they are not height, so if you do 4-story units and some taller 3-story units, depending on grade, you're stuck at the 50 feet. If you height restricted 27 feet to highest window sill, including false dormers, then you can get the 150-foot credit without having to deal with rear access.
But what if they provide the break between the units along the Mews? Couldn't they
Still
then
tied to,
fight?
it's tied to height.
But couldn't they fight the fires along the private alley for the ones that are closest to the Mews? I mean, closest to the alley, and then the ones that are closest to the street A, they would fight the fire from there because of the break.
I still have to get into the alley, so the radii and the width is still an issue for those longer sticks. Not sure I understand your question.
Well, if there's a break between the units along the Mews, so you have 4 sticks rather than 2 sticks on the other side of the Mews, then you would fight the fire from the alley. I can't even see which one, the green alley. You would fight the fire from the private alley adjacent to sticks 49, say like sticks 49 through 46 are 1 stick. They would fight the fire from that alley, and the same for 60 through 57 from the alley. And then units 39 through say 44 would fight the fire from the private street A. And the same for the ones on the south.
So what we're trying to do is eliminate access into the Mews, eliminate truck access from the Mews.
Right.
If you do that, then those units, let's see, for eliminating 46, 45 to 39, if you don't height restrict them, would require rear access as well as 150 feet to the front.
Okay.
So that
Okay,
makes those
gotcha.
alleys
I got you
accessible.
now. Okay. See, I see what you're saying.
And Aaron, what I'm hearing from your team is that you don't want to height restrict the units.
We looked at it and we think it'd be really architecturally and marketability, it would be a big hit.
Okay, even if it's just a handful of units, like.
Well, we looked at that too, and then it looks weird. You know,
Okay.
you have like all these units that are the same height, and then you have these weird sticks that are weird, and the way that our architecture is, and I'm gonna get out of my league really quickly here, but the dormers and like you'd have to take off, to Marie's point, the windows in the dormers, and then the architecture changes, so you have shorter units with different architecture that don't fit into the project.
Okay, understood. Thanks for looking into it.
I want to. Go ahead. Amy, you had some stuff we wanted to make sure we highlight before we wrap up.
Yeah, before we get all lost in the details of this, I just want to remind everyone, and this has been brought up at the pre-application meeting, through the concept plan. It's been brought up with multiple applicants of this site. So the county has been made aware of this. This is in the Patuxent primary management area. We understand that it is not restricted to the 10% impervious. That's not what we're asking. There's a whole host of measures that need to be taken regardless of that. And so the environmental guidelines provide some guidance, but the whole point of the Patuxent primary management area is that this is our drinking water. And we just want to emphasize that this can't be business as usual. This needs to be a greener development. So please look at those items in the environmental guidelines and reach out to Doug Johnson, as well as these are reinforced in the master plan. So, you know, there are two different places where we need to find compliance with.
Yeah, and we did, we're aware of that, and we did include in our SOJ kind of where we thought we were on that, and we saw Doug's comments about additional trees, but are you saying that there's more than the additional trees that you're looking for?
Well, as we've told you throughout the process, this needs to be an exceptionally green development. So that means you need to not just put the trees in, but have room for them to grow. You need to look at best management practices. It's not just enough to provide stormwater management. That is a requirement of every development. So there's a whole host of best management practices listed in the environmental guidelines for sites like this.
Okay, and you're saying we should coordinate with Doug on
Yes, please.
exactly what we should be doing. Okay. I think we have maybe 1 minute left. The only other thing we wanted to hit, we did see the comment about, like, if you can zoom out a little at the bottom, you know, given the tightness of the site, we had opted for some areas of right there, right at the bottom, that where that parallel parking is at the bottom of the site. You know, it's kind of, we're trying to juggle visitor parking versus the green tree panel. I think we are reading from the comments that you prefer the green tree panel instead of the parking. Is that fair to say?
Yes, and we would prefer if that guest parking had a sidewalk for further pedestrianization and connectivity to National Drive with a crosswalk.
Well, I think we're talking about getting rid of those spaces.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We should include like a sidewalk in those spaces.
Okay.
Okay, well, that will reduce our visitor parking on site, but you know, it's just kind of a trade-off that we need to choose.
So where are we, like, the county garage is for park and ride. It's not for,
I think we can probably have a discussion and figure out some
Yeah.
alternatives.
Okay, was there, I know we're kind of out of time. Any other big picture items?
Yeah, so hi, this is Carlos from Transportation. We noticed that there were on the cross sections in alley 1 and alley 4, there were some slanted alleyways. I just want to make sure that all of the alleys are meeting public standards. We can't support an alley with such a significant slant. So I just want to make sure that if there is any comprehensive discussion that you need to have about the standards, or if there's any kind of modifications, that we have that discussion internally.
Okay. Drew, I don't know if you wanted to respond to that in 30 seconds. Otherwise, we can follow up with you separately, Carlos.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I think we will definitely want to follow up on that. The portions that are slanted are strictly for the conveyance of water into the stormwater facilities. The entire length of the alleys are not in that full slope cross section. It's just the portions that we would need to take the water to provide maximum stormwater treatment into the mews and into the bioswale along the east side of the site.
Okay, let's have a discussion about that.
So Erin, do you want to take the 10 a.m. slot next week to have a follow-up meeting on this? And if so, who would you like us to include?
Yeah, I guess we should, because hopefully, well, in land design, are you going to be able to do this alternate analysis of what this muse would look like with fire access from the alleys? Well, can you get that done in a week so we can hit it next Tuesday?
Yeah, yes, we can take care of that.
Okay.
Sounds like
Then
design.
probably, yeah, and maybe we could have the street conversation too. So transportation and design.
Yeah, sounds good. And maybe if Marie can also join us, that would be great, but totally understand.
Okay, that'd be great. At 10 next week, you said, right?
Yes, you'll get an invite, but let's pencil that in.
Okay.
Thank
Great.
you.
Well, thank you everyone for your comments.
Thank you. It would be good if Marie can come.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking too.
4719 Hampton Lane. I'm Stephanie Dickel. I'm the regulatory supervisor for the West County Division, and I was the lead reviewer on this. This is a concept plan for a project in downtown Bethesda that is looking to proceed under the commercial to residential reconstruction process. We will turn it over to you guys for any questions and comments you had on the comments that you received last week.
Thanks, Stephanie. Matt Gordon and Bob Dalrymple from Selzer Gurvich on behalf of the applicant, Washington Property Company. I think we identified in our submission that Washington Property Company went through the full CR zone optional method process for a portion of the site, I think during the early part of the pandemic. So we tried to, now we're working on a smaller portion of the site that they have control over. And it's much more constrained. So the overall sort of program and uses and density is a lot less than probably half as much of what was approved before. But we tried to keep like the frontage improvements and layout the same as what was approved before. But we just had a couple questions or points that we wanted to clarify based on the comments. But in general, no major concerns, and I think we're on the same page with the various agencies. I think this was from DOT, and Sam Farhadi provided some comments via email that were helpful on the right-of-way for the utility vaults that we're showing on Montgomery Lane right now. We just wanted to confirm, I think the comment that we received from Billy was that the vaults need to be ADA compliant if in the right of way. So our understanding is that essentially means that there's an ADA compliant walkable path outside the vaults, but we just wanted to confirm that that's sort of what will be asked for when we get to the next stage.
Yeah.
I'll let you go first.
Yeah. So Matt, as we exchanged email, I think it was last week, there were three conditions, at least until other agencies have approved the location of vaults. Number one is the vaults need to be permitted, constructed, and maintained by the utility companies. Cannot be a developer vault. Even they have to even apply for permits. Is this the case for these vaults?
I think if Mike Goodman from Vike is on, but we're working with a consultant, so I think that would be how we would pursue it.
Yeah, it'll be similar to what happened on 7340, Sam.
Okay.
Right. Which I think that was kind of the standard that you're looking for. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, it'll be similar to that.
Yeah, right. We can meet all your comments, Sam, so we don't have to rehash all that we got. I responded to your email, but for Billy's comment, I just wanted to make sure I understood what he meant by ADA compliant.
You have no ADA compliant path there, so therefore those vaults need to be ADA compliant.
Okay, well, I don't know that we showed enough detail because it's a concept plan, but we understand that requirement, and we'll show if we put the vaults in the right of way that we meet Sam's 3 conditions and that there's an ADA compliant pathway. I just wanted to make sure I understood the comment. Is there something else that we're missing?
No, you need to get that compliance, and then you need to provide that information to us in writing.
Okay.
With the first submission, since it is going through, and we need to agree to it. But again, the vaults really shouldn't be in the county right away. They should be on your property if they serve your development. And if they are in there they need to bring ADA, so no grades on that. They can't be graded vaults.
Okay, well, we'll follow up and provide the information prior to the subdivision plan and the CRR plan that addresses the comments that we received from Sam and the ADA compliance. On East Lane, there was a comment, I think, from Florence about dedicating so that all the sidewalk would be in the right of way. We're on the previous approval, we had a public improvement easement, and we're dedicating the full master plan right of way, but because of the design guidelines, and I think Sam's comment somewhere had this understanding, it was definitely part of our prior approvals that we can provide an easement for the additional sidewalk for the build to line. So that's our plan to just do that the same way, but I just wanted to make sure everybody was clear on.
Is there a reason you all can't do the dedication?
Well, it's not legally required and it's just the standard.
Oh, wait a minute. I know there's the master plan right of way width, but that's a minimum right of way width. The design guidelines have to be followed.
We are. That's what I'm saying. We're providing more than what the master plan requires. It's just that we use a public surface easement for the additional sidewalk.
Why does it need to be an easement instead of just dedication? Because I think
well, it is a
generally
dedication.
speaking, with the preference is dedication.
Understood. It is a dedication, but we're just following the past practice for urban sites. The site is extremely constrained. If we had to dedicate that, then we couldn't have the garage underneath it, and the project would probably not be viable because we couldn't get a parking garage.
Okay, I think that's the clarification we need, is why you can't dedicate, and if it's because of the garage, yeah, just if you can provide that.
are dedicating. It's just a nuance. It's an easement. We're providing a public.
No. Matt, let's just keep dedication and easements are two separate things for these type of things. Dedication is right away, and you're dedicating the right of way. But in this case, you're providing an easement in lieu of the dedication.
Well, no, it's not in lieu of. We're dedicating right away, and then we're providing additional surface rights for the public beyond the master plan right away.
Okay, so if you can provide a cross section showing us that depiction, that would be helpful because we don't understand.
Yeah, and when you say the minimum, property owners read those master plans and they rely on them. So if it says 50 feet, that's the expectation. So we understand there's a build to line, we're accommodating that, but it's not reasonable to expect people to dedicate all the rights beyond what your master plans call for.
That
just
you have to follow the design guidelines. You have to follow complete streets, and so the master plan right of way width is a minimum right of way width.
I'm just giving you a general, but we're addressing it entirely. I didn't think this was controversial. It's been done probably 10 times on projects that Bob and I have worked on in the urban parts of the county over the last decade, but we're doing it consistent with that right of way plus easement. And
I think if we submit a cross section of what we're doing with a brief explanation, everybody should be fine with it.
Yep.
And then on East Lane and Rebecca, on the previous plan, we had short-term parking spaces that we're continuing to show. And we were just going to do that consistent with the prior approvals. And I think when we get further along, I guess through the permit stage, we'd have to provide like signing and marking and plans for the meters. But if there's someone at DOT that we should talk to about that, again, to go over it, we're happy to do that.
Now, we'll determine the type of parking that's there when you do signing and marking.
Okay.
So short-term parking is not necessarily approved. And I take a vague term, kind of, because what's short-term.
Okay.
So we see parking on there, and then it'll be signed according to whoever reviews the signing.
Okay, so we're going to show the details, and then when we get to the permitting, hopefully we get to the permitting stage this time on this iteration of the project, and then we can get to those details at that time with DOT.
Sure.
And then the other comments from Park and Planning, we just want to we understand Natasha gave a bunch of comments on the urban design and we're going to go back to the DAP probably in May, but we'll work with staff before then to talk about public benefit points and just the urban design. So we'll be back in touch to meet with staff so that everybody's on the same page with where this is headed by the time we, file the formal applications.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Matt.
And I think, Trini's going to look at the comments about the loading. So we'll be working on that with your team.
Sounds good.
That's all I have, but I don't know if Mike or anybody or Rob from VICA have anything else.
No, not me. I think we've covered a lot of things, and there was a lot of good information and the comments. A lot of it, of course, we understood and know we need to provide with a more full application. But there were some items here that we did appreciate the additional insight.
Yeah, I don't have anything either. Thank you.
All right, well, we'll be back in touch. And Rebecca, we'll be in touch with you before we file on the DOT oriented issues and park and planning, so that when we file in 60 or 90 days, we'll have worked out these details.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thanks, bye all.
for DRC. It's the River Road duplex. I'm Stephanie Dickel. I'm the regulatory supervisor for the West County Division. And I was the lead reviewer for this. You received your DRC comments last week, and I will turn it over to you with any questions that you have for us.
Good morning, all, and I thank you for participating. This is my first time, so forgive me, for any stupidity or silly questions. I'd like to start with a overarching question that I have. Is this project subject to workforce housing requirement?
So that's what you came in under the workforce housing, but because you're providing less than 3 lots, there is no requirement for a workforce housing unit. And I believe you and Ben had conversations about this.
Yes. Okay, so that's great. My second question is is flag lot permissible? I know that under ZTA rules, it's one of those requirements or discriminatory, features that if you do have a flag lot, you can't participate in this. But if you don't have one, but you want to create one, is that permissible?
So outside of doing the workforce housing process, to subdivide the lot, there are provisions for the flag lot in the subdivision ordinance that you have to meet specific requirements for that, and only the planning board can approve a subdivision with a flag lot.
I guess in some ways this answers my third question, and that was if subdivision is possible, and I don't know for sure, how to articulate that question, if as you can see, what we have proposed more or less, is like doing a flag lot, but without the subdivision. So the question is, is there a subdivision possibility either before or after?
So you'd have to take a look to see if the lot could meet the requirements for a subdivision. If you were going to subdivide it into 2, whoever you've hired as your civil engineer should be able to look into that as well.
Okay.
But you would have to meet the requirements of the R200 zone to subdivide. And then again, if you're looking into a flag lot, there are specific provisions in the subdivision ordinance that you would have to meet. I don't know if you would meet them. If you did, only the planning board can approve that.
Okay. All right. So I have 2 other questions. Is there anyone at the planning that could, I guess, give me 15, 20 minutes for consultation in terms of, what is permissible, what is not, what is kosher, what is not, and that kind of, thing. Or do I need to hire a outside consultant, engineer, and so on to ask those questions?
No, Alan, you and I can have a separate conversation about what you're looking into and thinking. You may have to hire a consultant. We can give you, some rough, comments on what you're thinking, but yeah, you and I can have a separate conversation about that.
Okay, all right. That would be, very helpful, in fact, just to be honest, I have talked to one of these consultants, that's on your list, of eligible, and I do have an estimate from them, and they include an awful lot of, things. And until I have a better idea in terms of which direction I want to go, I'm reluctant to spend, over $200,000 just to, get answers to a few questions. So if you're willing to spend, 10, 15 minutes, talk to me, I would greatly appreciate that.
Yeah, I'll set something up. I'll talk to you after this.
Terrific, terrific. I have one last question. Based on these ZTA, are there any exemptions available that would perhaps, relax some of the requirements or reduce some of the requirements and that kind of thing?
Exemptions from what?
From a lot of the requirements, as an example, like the forest conservation plan or, all kinds of plans that are required, site distance plan and a few other things. And Tom, please, chime in if I'm missing anything.
No, you'll have to meet the requirements for whether it's forest conservation or for our transportation division. You'll have whatever's required, you're gonna have to meet.
All right, so that there are no exemptions of any kind for any of the requirements.
No.
That's okay. All right, I think that, answers my question. It seems like that I need to go back to the drawing board and after I talk with you, I may have to go and resurrect that, 6 townhouse concept. And obviously I have to resubmit a plan. But I was under the impression that if we go with only one unit, then things would be easier. However, based on one comment that we have from the fire department, and I think Dr. LeBeau has provided some, comments, it seems though that it doesn't matter whether it's one or more. There are requirements that I would have to meet in order to move forward. So that being the case, maybe I should reconsider going for more than just one unit.
I'm here, but I mean, this site needs a hydrant within 400 feet of the driveway, so that is what it is.
I understand, so with that, I don't have any more questions, but I'm available to answer any questions that anybody has.
We can go over the comments. If you have any questions on the comments that we gave you, we have all the agencies here.
I understand and I appreciate that, but I think, just to start, the comment I had from Ms. LeBeau and the requirement for the fire hydrant, that, I need to do some research and see what kind of cost is associated with that, whether or not it's even feasible. The existing water line is only a 3-inch water line. And based on my understanding, in order to have a fire hydrant, you need a 4-inch, water line. So that means that WSSC has to perhaps, comment or, later on, have a discussion on that issue.
Just so you know, to get a 6-inch T for your hydrant, you have to have an 8-inch main. Are you saying there's only a 3-inch main out in River Road?
Not on River Road, on the service road, where I am.
Okay.
So that I think is a major question for me, and it may turn out that it's not feasible for them to put in unless, it's, again, I don't know what the cost is going to be, in few thousands or, tens of thousands, and the feasibility of it is the major thing to start with. And then also, in terms of the turnaround, for the one unit or even more units. I'm not sure if I have enough land to comply with that requirement. So that's, that's another non-starter. So I think for the time being, even just the two comments that I have received requires a lot more analysis, discussions and studies, but I'm grateful for all of those who have recommended the approval of this concept, but it seems as though I'm not quite ready to move forward.
Okay. Well, you and I can chat after this and we can set something up and we can talk about other options.
I would definitely appreciate that.
This is Maggie Gallagher from DHCA. I just wanted to add that in the R200 zone, if you do add one unit in a duplex type building, it does require an MPDU under the optional development method.
Okay.
Just to let you know.
Well, but so Maggie, real quick, I think he was coming in under the workforce housing.
Isn't that, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was my understanding that he was coming in under the workforce housing, which is for 3 units or more. And you would have to provide 15%. So if it was 3 units, 1 unit would have to be an MPDU.
So he can come in
workforce
under that
housing.
provision, but because it's less than 3 units, there's no requirement to provide the workforce housing.
Oh, okay. I understand.
We had the discussion with Ben.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
All right, then Alan, you and I will touch base and we will see what we can come up with.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate, all of you participating in this murder board.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks,
Bye.
everyone. This is Tom. Sorry, I
Bye.
was quiet.
the Cloverly, concept plan, is in for essentially, gonna raise, is located at Key West Highway and then it, fronts on, I believe it's Omega Drive. And then I think it's Diamondback as well, Diamondback Drive. So yeah, Mega Drive and Diamondback Drive. The property itself is going to raise 2 office buildings and essentially create 232 townhouses with 15% NPDUs. Is expected to be an optional method project. It's currently zoned CR 1.5. The main comments that I think will help with just next stages of it. I kind of listed in my DRC comments that it's, we need to understand the proposed lighting plan and then the relationship the applicant has with the adjacent properties. That will help staff's comments in regards of how things transition and then the improvements that we're asking for within the new street grid. Along with the proposed lighting phasing is important, just how you plan on unloading 223 units, but also how you plan on, I think within the SOJ, it mentioned relocating a parking garage or a parking surface lot for this office building. So essentially, I think it's expected at a future site plan. And what's that timing like? One of the major constraints is that Stream Valley buffer that's roughly located to the northwest of the property, and then how that aligns with the new street grid, and then also any interim or final conditions. Outside of that, I think also to understand how is there within the future preliminary plan, how that affects the FCP, NRI platting, especially if you're talking about properties that are outside of the boundary of the proposed concept plan, because as you can see here, just the site itself seems to be limited in regards to the actual area that you have control over. And then it seems like it has to be some type of agreement. So us understanding that can, I think, help align our comments and see where those pinch points are. I can kind of just go to the overall. But I think at this time I can turn it over to the applicant to kind of go over the comments that they deem most important. And we can go from there.
Great, thanks, Troy. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the comments were submit this for preliminary plan. Obviously, I mean, for context, the intent is to do an expedited approval plan here with an administrative subdivision that would precede it by roughly a month. And so we're trying to nail down as many issues as we can, as quickly as we can. So we know, there were requests for more information. We'll certainly provide that as soon as we can. One of the things that we really were hoping to elicit through this effort that I'm not sure we got clear direction on is the streets. We had a preliminary meeting with staff, and it was indicated at that time that, or at least we understood that staff would be open to a modified cross section, since this was, it's not developing as high-rise mixed use, kind of as the sector plan and division, and maybe narrow roadways were appropriate. So that was one thing we felt like we didn't get very clear direction on. Also, the frontages, the sector plan has, all kinds of recommendations for a breezeway and everything on Key West. We're assuming that will be done by the county, but just kind of verification of those types of things.
Aaron, I'm going to stop you. I don't know what staff direction was given on the cross sections, but no, I think Leah's comments were pretty clear. It's a new master plan, relatively new master plan, less than 2 years old. We want to see those cross sections meet that master plan. And the frontage improvements, like most plans and most projects, we want to see the frontage improvements constructed as part of the redevelopment of the project.
Well, I mean, I think that's definitely something we need to talk about. These would be, well, aside from, The applicant, I mean, given the scope of what the sector plan calls for along the frontages, I mean, that can't just be on this applicant to do that. And I think the cross sections, I mean, these are just giant cross sections for a townhouse development. And so we had understood, I mean, there was definitely a comment, and I understand that maybe it didn't come from transportation, but I think it came from urban planning to consider reduced cross sections. And that's why we were, why we proposed some.
Anytime you guys get that comment from somebody that is not in transportation, and then if they're county roadways and DOT is not in the room, DOT should be consulted with. I think that there is, from my perspective, I can't figure out what property you own, how things work within this development. And so for me, I think Billy's the reviewer, but I see like a whole lot of land that you own. I don't know, like I can't figure out exactly what you're doing. And so we really can't give comments. I will tell you, LSC Loop, you should design, along Key West, whatever cross section is proposed, from behind the curve, you should be proposing, and the street should be meeting the master plan intent. They can be modified, but we start with, why are you reducing it? Are you accommodating stormwater management for the roads in the road right away? So I will say that from my personal perspective, like I couldn't make heads or tails of what's going on here.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, and we definitely, yeah. But it sounds like we'll have to have a follow-up meeting on that.
Yeah, and one thing I just wanted to know too, there's definitely probably gonna be conflicts. I think, Rebecca and Richard already kind of acknowledged it. And just with the amount of, I guess, open-ended questions we had, the approach was like, put it all out there and we'll see where the conflict, see what we can build consensus on internally. So there will be conflict between the design comments, the environmental comments in regards to just how those things were laid out, because it just wasn't a lot of time to build consensus based on the information we had. So that's why it's like a lot of the stuff that needs to be addressed needs to be addressed before you actually come in for that preliminary plan, knowing that you want to do that expedited schedule, at least just the grid, because right now nobody agrees on the grid.
We don't agree on the grid. I'd say that there are environmental things that need to be taken into consideration. I mean, generally, it's okay. It's not great, but again, I can't figure out exactly what property you own and what it actually looks like with just your property. Like, so there's not a lot of specifics in here, so we can't give you much comment on it. A pretty picture kind of would have been better helpful with showing the property lines.
Okay, yeah, I think I thought, and it's been a hot minute, I thought we included in the statement what we own, but I mean, just so you know, and obviously this is going to have to be a follow-up conversation, but just for the benefit of everyone on this meeting, so the office building you see in the bottom left of the plan here, that's the G-Car building. We don't own or control that. The Larimar building, which is on the top right, we don't own or control that.
Right.
In fact, Larimar's really difficult to deal with. So that's going to be something we're going to have to work through.
Right. But the thing, and that's fine. The buildings, I understand that and I can see that. But what I can't see is where the property line is. And so how do you tie into that? How do you tie into their driveway? And do you have access to it? And, so I think a little bit more pretty picture kind of thing would have been helpful.
Okay. And maybe it sounds like it might make sense for us to circulate that kind of background information before we have the detailed. I know we have a call this afternoon, but before we really get into a deeper dive.
Yeah. A call.
Okay.
I would say that this image shows it pretty well. We do not own what we're proposing as Street G. So those property lines as shown generally need to remain. And so we own to the left of Street G, the parcel immediately to the right, and then the parcel on the bottom right.
And I appreciate that, but I just need to see a plan showing it. So.
The other comment that and then Jason, you can go over what you wanted to. I was just trying to hit the high points. The other comment that we got, and obviously this is a preliminary design, but a lot of you in the room, I've had this conversation with multiple times, and it sounds like we're going to have it again about fire access and how that needs to work. So, as far as turning radio, I know I'm personally talking to many of you about this on numerous other projects. So we're going to need some direction on that as well. It's rather than design to Marie standard and then elicit the comment that the curb radii need to be narrower. I think that needs to be some kind of thing we work out before we really hardline this plan.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that in general, when you guys submit new concepts, it's helpful to ask questions, kind of like what we do with pre-preliminary plan. So these are the questions I want answers to, and some of them we might be able to give them to you, some of them we might not. The more detail you provide at the concept, the easier it is for us to give you comments. So if you show a cross section for these streets, you show the right-of-way lists, you say, this is the property that I own. This is what I want to do. We generally don't approve the frontage improvements until you go to preliminary plan or something to that effect. So we can give you some kind of idea of, you have to meet the master plan intent. Now, if it says separated bike lanes as opposed to a shared, and you'd have to do, there's poles in the way or there's something else, that's helpful to know. So the more detail you provide us, I know it's a concept, the easier we can answer questions for you. But some of the things you'll probably just have to go along with us, and we'll have to figure it out when you submit. If you're changing what's in the master plan.
And I just want to confirm that when you submitted the cross sections, they were for modified sections of the proposal for downtown streets. You didn't submit your frontages, cross sections for your frontages. So you didn't submit a cross section for Key West or Omega Drive, correct?
Correct. I believe we did.
Correct. We weren't proposing to change those, and we also knew there was plans on both Omega and Key West for kind of a grander vision, so we needed feedback. But what is moving forward under the CIP? When is the Key West stuff moving forward, if at all? On the timeline that we're working on here. So, I mean, we really need that feedback from you guys for those frontages. So we weren't proposing to change anything.
Yeah, I can give that direction now. With the frontage improvements, we can talk about the details, but leaving it as it currently exists is not an acceptable solution for either Omega or Key West.
Okay, so I mean, we would just need some feedback then. I know we know some stuff on the LSC loop, the timing. We're not sure of.
The LSC loop is dead.
Is on Omega.
Yes, it is on Omega, and you would have to do the improvements we probably have some plans that we can show you that are maybe at 35% design, and we can show you what they would look like, and then we can take a look. I haven't seen them, but some sort of shared use path or breezeway, or, and that depends on the width, with street trees and a buffer, would be required.
What about Key West? What's the thought there? Because that's a drastic change, in the ultimate scenario versus, we don't. Our thought is the curb with this project isn't moving because it wouldn't likely move on such a short segment of the improvement area.
If we can widen out the sidewalk or to the correct standards that we want in the future for this portion, because it does connect to Omega, and then it would connect to the Crown Farm High School that is building a shared use path up to your property line. Actually not yours, but that building on the back. I think it's 15200 Omega. That one, they're building actually a shared use path all the way up to there. So there will be where the cursor is, there will be a shared use path. So it would connect.
In terms of Key West, it's it's part of the breezeway network. I think we can talk further about what, if there needs to be some sort of interim design, but I believe at the pre-app meeting, both Leah and I gave the dimensions of what would need to be accommodated, but we're happy to talk through that with you again.
And can we just return to the comment earlier about ownership of Street G? Street G is a master plan road that would be considered the frontage of your property. So with that statement, were you talking about the redevelopment to meet the master plan standards?
No, we don't own the road. It's under separate ownership by the property on the top of the screen here. And so it's not kind of for us to dedicate yet. We are working with Beacon and they are generally cooperative, but I don't think it's it's not a piece of the application property that is just open to do whatever we want with at this time.
But you have property that then that doesn't front on a public or private right of way. And then you can't connect the master plan road in front of that circle can't be public ever because there's no connection to a public roadway.
We do have agreements with Beacon to dedicate Research Boulevard. We do have private access over that road. I don't know what you mean by private right of way. We do have rights over the road today because all the parcels have interparcel access and a covenant over the entire property.
Right, but that's different than a public road. So there's supposed to be a public road within your facility, in your property, but if it doesn't connect to another public road, we can't accept it.
Wouldn't it? It would connect to Omega on the right.
Your proposition was to make Street C private, so Street C would need to be a public road.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of confusion on what is property you control versus what you have access rights to. But yeah, I mean, you were showing road sections for Street G and for Research Boulevard Extended and for Street C. So the assumption was that those would be constructed as part of this project. So I think we're all a little confused.
Yeah, I mean, I think
they will all be constructed with the project. They're the underlying ownership of the land is kind of the piece. So what we control, some of what Beacon controls is all able to be dedicated or reserved for dedication. We did anticipate the dimension needed on Key West. Sorry, I don't know who was making that comment earlier, but we did set back far enough so that the Key West section could be accommodated and that would be dedicated as well. Without every parcel coming in at this time, 100% of the dedication can't happen at this time.
Were y'all planning to plat only your internal parcels? There was no intention to plat the adjacent property owners in regards to your proposal? You were only planning on platting the townhouse lots within your lots?
We're going to have to do something with the Larimar lot because we're going to be changing the lot lines there.
Is that this property here?
Yes,
with the parking lot?
one.
So
yeah,
we're actually going to give them a little bit more land, which is
so y'all originally only intended doing internal lots and then maybe something on this parcel that's coming in for the surface lot.
Yes.
Okay. And I think that's the push and pull, or that's like the biggest thing was just comments wise, if you wasn't planning on platting with these master plan roads, public roads, even these interim conditions that where we're talking about turnarounds in regards of just different constraints as you, especially over here, there's some interim conditions that may affect adjacent properties that you didn't see within your scope. Or it has to happen internal to your site, which changes things as well as what you're planning on developing. So
and to add to that, Troy, like it does seem like that would create a lot of lots without frontage on either a private or public right of way. Yeah, which
how would it create? I'm sorry, they all would still front private. That's what I'm getting confused at. I get the public piece.
That's
But they're
the
all
issue.
the roads are gonna be built and we will have access
Access
rights over them.
easement, an access easement is not considered a private road. It has to be in its own parcel and be dedicated. But again, even if it's if that street is supposed to be public and it doesn't connect to another public road, we can't take it over, and then you'll have to, it'll never become public. I think that you need to, maybe I would try another concept and ask the questions you want and show us what you can actually do within your property. Because I get the impression you can't do all this stuff.
Well, I don't know that we know that yet. I mean, to be honest, we don't fully know the questions to ask because there's so many questions on this. The row grid and the frontages that we really, need feedback from you guys, and we're starting to get some of that now.
Well,
I think the only piece that I don't see as being able to put on its own parcel, and I'm not saying we couldn't, you got to figure it out with Larimar, is like half of the street C section. The northeastern half of that section. Everything else is on property we control, and we have an agreement with Beacon that we could that the street G road can be parcelized.
You have great engineers that I know how to do this, because Andy and we've talked about Black Hill. So I think they can give you the direction that you need on what we will accept for roads. As far as like ownership and such.
And I guess the only thing I add to anything that you could get with the adjacent property owners in regards to what you can do with their entitlements to include into this property is going to help a long way in regards to just addressing something, giving you more flexibility with your plan. I think what you're doing right now within your property bound is just creating a huge constraint. I said, and then when you go to the next phase of it, if you can get some agreements or some understanding of what you can and can't do, or the more you can do, I think is going to help a long way.
Yeah, I mean, we have that stuff in place. It's not really changing except for maybe some stuff on Street G here. These parcels aren't coming in together. They're not. Well, Larimar isn't willing. GCAR is contemplating a sale and isn't doing anything on their property, and Beacon is sitting tight.
Yeah, I think you're going back to Rebecca's point with figuring out what you can do. I think, figuring out what you can do within your own pieces if you don't have the agreements with the adjacent property owners to essentially change their entitlements.
We'll create the exhibit. I don't think there's as much missing as it maybe seems right now. We control all this area in blue. We will have the ability to parcelize almost all of the roads, and I think we need to look at this street C section because that's the only one that's out of our control. And figure out with Larimar what we do there.
Okay. I hear you, and I think I understand where you're going, but I think, and Rebecca, you can chime in. We're here right now. Which portion of the property do you feel that you can parcel the road?
So, can someone pull up the development plan, and I'll list the roads and I'll show you where the only thing I don't think we can do. So Street G is coming off of Key West. It goes into the circle. That's all in its own parcel today. And we have our agreement when we bought the land from Beacon was that road would be its own parcel.
That's a private parcel now, right?
It's a private, so it serves all the buildings as the main entrance, and so we have an agreement to keep access in place for, all the parcels still need access, so it's going to remain that way. We probably Beacon's been easier to deal with, but there is an overall commercial association out there who has to vote on this, which we are a large part of. So between us and Beacon, we can probably come to an agreement and figure out how to get Street G up to Research Boulevard dedicated. Then we could put the piece north of Research Boulevard, because this is the agreement we had in place when we bought the land, in a private parcel around the circle, so it could be segmented and be fully its own parcel and not part of some larger parcel. We do have the ability to dedicate what you see here going east to west, all of Research Boulevard.
When you say dedicate, do you mean put in its own private parcel or dedicate it as public right of way?
Research Boulevard as right of way was discussed with Beacon. As you know, now what would happen here? So I want to break it into the pieces that we do have the ability to do. The whole east-west portion here, below the circle, we do have that ability. The north-south piece is largely on our property, but there is a sliver in the bottom right corner, so it's kind of along Street C. There is a sliver that is on the Larimar property, and so we plan to ask them to dedicate that. It's all behind the curb, and the rest of it is on what was the blue area in the last exhibit we were looking at. So we control that. We could dedicate that. When you turn to the right here to go out to Omega, that piece was listed as future dedication, because that's just property we don't control, property that won't be dedicated today because of the way Beacon's still operating. So, you know, other than the sliver along the Larimar office building on the north-south running portion of Research Boulevard on that eastern side, we can dedicate, you know, the rest of the portions of Research Boulevard, again, aside from that northern leg running east to west out to Omega. So then when you look at all the other private streets, so we have the ability to take care of the circle on a private parcel. When you look at Street E, Street F, those are on our property. We can create private parcels for those. As you move down towards Key West, you have Street B. That is on our property. We have the ability to put that into a parcel. There is a little overlap. Obviously, we'll need to make a connection point into GCAR, which is the office building all the way on the left, the bottom left. And they've been relatively easy to work with. And so adjusting their point of access into there shouldn't be an issue. And we're working on, now that we have a plan, we're working on coordinating that with them, but they've been easy to work with. So Street B all the way over to the right towards Omega, that's all on property we control. So we could put that in its own parcel. And so the piece I was saying that is difficult, not impossible, is Street C. And the only reason it's difficult is as Aaron had mentioned, Larimar has been pretty difficult to deal with. They've told us to approve the sale. The office association, basically each parcel had to approve of the sale because of a lot of things that needed to happen to execute on a development. You know, they wanted their access maintained to the front of their building. Obviously, we know that, and we'll, kind of a means and methods through construction make that happen. They wanted this additional parking, and they wanted that circle, basically that entrance drop off in front of their building, which is in a different configuration today, but they wanted some form of that to remain. And so I think this is the piece we'll have to spend the most time on and trying to figure out. What you can see here. If you zoom in a little bit, there is a red dashed line down the center of Street C. And so that would be where we anticipated the future property line to go. I think that's right. Oh, that's just the center line. I'm sorry. Kevin, did you show it at the back of the blue sidewalk, the
Yeah, correct. It's at
property
the
line?
top side of the blue sidewalk that we've done since this concept plan was submitted.
So and you can see the dark black, maybe for those, there you go, they're familiar with it. That is the existing property line. We would bring it down to where the blue sidewalk is above Street C, and put the new parking lot in Larimar's property. So they would be getting additional property. That was one of the things, it's one of the things that will help us in our discussion with them, is we can kind of increase their property area for them. I think we need to figure out, from what I'm hearing, is how to get that property line that we're pulling down to just above the blue sidewalk to carry over out towards Omega, which carries through the Larimar property on the other side. And I'll just be honest, being how difficult they've been, it will be very hard to get, if not impossible, them to dedicate that publicly. But if it was in a private parcel, work that in any redevelopment scenario they might have to do in the future, we can probably get there. So this is the corner where you can see that property line kind of cuts, the black property line cutting through the street C area on a 45-degree angle, where it flips from our property to the Larimar's portion of the property. This is the piece that I find where we really need to focus, because I think we control our destiny on the rest of the stuff. I know that's tough doing it verbally and not in a picture, Rebecca, so we will get you guys a picture that strips down a lot of the busyness of the plan and shows that, but hopefully that you guys can follow me there a little bit and start to understand how the rest of the site's working and why we can get what we need to get done there done, and why this corner poses the trickiest portion.
Okay.
A lot there, I know.
Obviously we need to take this in discussion more. What will probably be helpful for the next step is for you to best color code what is under your ownership, what is not, what today you can dedicate for public right of way, and you can call all of this out, and what you would need to work with your neighbors on. That would be.
I know what you need. I can through this discussion we can get you something that clearly shows that.
I think there's significant concerns. So.
The only thing I know we spent a bunch of time and we're actually overtime, but there's definitely a lot of forest conservation plans and comments. And with the understanding of what you got access to, I think your F plan and your NRI, I think there's a lot more boundary that you're not taking into consideration. So I definitely follow up with Molly and Amy in regards of that. And then also understanding those constraints as you go into the conversations with the transportation folks. I think we didn't spend a bunch of time on it, but I think there's a couple of hurdles there as well, or a lot of hurdles there as well. But at least having that addressed before you come in for that administrative subdivision plan.
Hey Troy, just gonna jump in here. I'm Molly with the Environmental Division. We have a meeting scheduled later today to discuss some of these environmental issues. I'm sorry, I don't think you got the invite, so I will pass that along if you're available. But so we do have that scheduled today at 3 p.m. So it's all right that we didn't get to touch on it during DRC. Thanks.
This is WCC, because it's a conceptual plan, came to us for review. But I am checking right now, you have a lot of easements from us going through the entire site, and a lot of our public water and sewer feed the existing buildings around this property. So this is something that you will need to discuss with us moving forward.
Understood. Yep.
I think, like I said, we're over time. You can work with, I guess work with me in regards to just scheduling these additional meetings. And then we can go from there in regards of next steps. I appreciate your time.
Great. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Thanks all.
with the West County Planning Division. I'm the lead reviewer for this application. Look at the Fairmont Building, Administrative Subdivision. Slated to go to the planning board, sorry, to be approved by the director by April 19th. So this meeting is for the applicant to ask any questions that they may have that they saw on, comments from staff. This is a pretty simple application. I didn't see any comments coming out of the admin subside, so I'll turn this application over.
Thank you, Matt Gordon from the law firm of Selzer Gurvich on behalf of the applicant, which is an affiliate of the Duffy Companies, and Randall Renfro from Rogers is on, as well as Tim Camus from the Duffy Companies. We agree. The comments all seem pretty straightforward. This is just to consolidate a number of old lots into one record lot. There's no construction proposed. So it's really just a paper exercise, and there will be no changes to the site. I did send a note to Florence about one comment relating to a future right-of-way section. We don't have any future right-of-way sections because all we have is the existing. If the property owner does pursue redevelopment, we'll have to go through additional processes where we would need to provide sections and frontage improvements. So we're happy to do that in the future, but we haven't designed a building and we just don't know what the future sections will look like along the various rights of way. So we think it's a little premature to do that, but we'd be happy to accept a condition that requires that at a later time.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay. That's all I have, but Randall or Tim, if you've got any questions, we can talk about it.
So thank you all for being here. Randall Renfro, Rogers Consulting. The only thing to further iterate that statement is the third comment given to us by Ms. Pardo at DOT noted that potential dedication would be required along on Georgetown Road. And given we're just consolidating existing lots, again, just repeating what Matt just said, we would like that same process to be applied for that component. And if and or when this comes in for redevelopment, we'll handle that at the necessary time.
Yeah, there was also a note about it saying that we know that you're only consolidating the lots, so there's nothing to do at this point, but you will have to do something when you do come back.
Okay. Well, we love 3-minute DRCs just as much as the next person. So I'm Rogers is good. Tim, anything else?
Oh, nothing on our side.
So we'll resubmit the plan and with all the corrections that were asked for, the updates, more updates, and then we'll just wait to hear from staff. Hopefully you can take it to the planning director for approval after we resubmit.
Sounds good. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Everybody have a good rest of your day. Thank you.
Before you today is concept plan number 520260290. It's for 6818 Connecticut Avenue. And my name's Jeff Server. I'm the lead reviewer on this one, so I will just do a quick overview. This one is interesting because it has a lot of questions and it raises a lot of questions that I think will lead to good discussion. The major issues at hand are really a matter of trying to find a way to make this work with the use standards that are in place. And I would sort of summarize that saying that this will result in a lot of forthgoing conversations with DPS and trying to work through some of the details in a manner to try to make development such as what is proposed here possible. The current use standards that are in place would likely limit this to probably about 4 units at most. So with that, I'm actually going to turn it over to the applicant for questions and comments.
Thanks, Jeff. It's Pat Harris with Lurch Early and Brewer. With me is Jeff Robertson from Cass Engineering, and then the contract purchasers, Bob Holman, and I believe Jonathan Deems on the line as well. So, I feel like we are somewhat beta testing the workforce housing ZTA. As far as I know, we're the first project to propose to come in under the recently adopted ZTA. And so your comment is sort of correct that there's a lot of things that a lot of kinks, I think, that need to be addressed. And we did provide a list of numerous questions, which are important to get some guidance on as we try to move forward on this project. We've identified 4 or so critical comments from the DRC that we wanted to discuss this afternoon. And then hopefully we can schedule for our slot next week a follow-up meeting with DPS and Park and Planning. So the first one that we wanted to start with was the established building line provision. As far as I'm aware, that provision is intended for single-family homes, and certainly it works completely contrary to the objective of the zoning text amendment in terms of trying to be able to facilitate housing along some of these major corridors. It's ironic that our friends two lots up, the Corso, because they rezoned to CRN, they're not subject to the established building line. So we wanted to revisit that, whether in fact it is required. I know DPS, her comments had said, didn't weigh in on it as best as I could tell, but Jeff, you had a comment saying that it was applicable. And so we wanted to discuss that and whether, and if it is applicable, maybe there's ways we can mitigate it.
I'll take a stab at this, and I will also defer to DPS on this. First off, I wasn't saying that it was for sure a requirement. I was just sort of, what I was trying to allude to is that if it were in place, that would very much probably remove lot 21 from the proposal as it was laid out. So I don't think a determination has been made at this stage saying yes or no to the EBL. It's something that would have to be determined and in coordination with DPS.
Okay, I misread your comment, and that I'm glad you clarified that. Mm-hmm.
Sorry for any confusion. Amy, with DPS, do you have any comments on that?
This is Amy with DPS zoning. R60 zone new construction, new buildings requires established building line calculation. And we understand that this one is kind of different. So this one is also tied with other issues, whether this will be subdivided. Is it allowed to be subdivided as it's shown? Where is the frontage? And like Cass Engineering, you guys ask a lot of really good questions for which honestly we don't have an answer. So that's why in my comment I was saying I didn't say exactly whether that's required or not. I just say further discussion. We just need to have further discussion to figure out, and also it has to do with the intent of that CTA. Yeah, we just need to have more meetings to talk about this.
Okay, and one of the things going on here is obviously the interested parties are contract purchasers, so they have a limited period of time in which a final decision needs to be made. So that was the reason that we had supplied those various questions in advance. So hopefully we can focus on those so that we can get some answers in a timely way, so we can, so the applicant can make some decisions. But Amy, you bring up another point, which is sort of goes to my second point, which is it was our intent that while lot 21 fronted on Connecticut Avenue, the frontages of lots 22 and 26, the fronts and rears were to the north and south of what you see on the page, which would then make the area to the west of lot 26 a side yard, not a rear yard. And therefore, a limited side yard is required there. And so we wanted to get some input on that approach.
Jeff, I don't know if you want to go ahead answering this or not, but based on our, because park and planning and DPS, we had some really preliminary discussion about this one. My understanding is that the intent of the ZTA was not to create townhouse lot like this, but I could be wrong. And that is why DPS zoning didn't put in a lot of comment at this point, because we need to figure out where the frontage is and whether this kind of subdivision of those townhouses is allowed by the code. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Amy. No, just to take a step back. No, the intent of the ZTA is for layouts such as this. So we are supportive of this type of approach, and I think it is in the spirit of the ZTA. The question, though, is, there are different ways of reading how this layout is to be read in terms of the frontage. Right now, it looks and is considered to be a shared access lot, which with those 6 lots, you're looking at lots without frontage. So they're not flag lots. They're actually a shared access lot. And that also means that you're looking at 3 sides and a rear. There isn't really a front, but the way that it's laid out sort of suggests that the frontage might be based on building orientation. Currently, with the standards that we have, the frontage of the lot would be Connecticut Avenue.
Well, the frontage of the first lot, lot 21, but not, and then not lots 22 through 26.
So are these going to be fee simple townhouses, or are they going to be condo townhouses?
I believe the intent is that they would be fee simple lots. But let me also say, and we haven't discussed this internally, if making them condominium units makes a difference, we're all ears as to what your thinking is.
If it's a condo development, then, whoops. Okay, if it's condo development, then that's DPS at this point, we will treat this as a multi-unit building, as one building that fronts on Connecticut. And then where the lot 26, that's the rear of the property. So you will have to meet the front setback at Connecticut Avenue, and the rear setback, that's the property line opposite Connecticut Avenue right of way.
Okay,
Yeah,
and go ahead.
I don't think it works as a one lot condo project. I think it has to be fee simple.
Yeah.
Lots. So just a matter of determining what's the front, what's the rear of the, call it the back 5 lots.
So part of the problem is you don't show any property lines other than the existing property lines. This is DOT, and to be honest, I don't have a say in this, but I was just trying to, the code does not allow more than 4 lots on a private driveway. So that driveway or whatever you're showing would need to be considered a private road and meet those standards. And then, so you can't have more than 4 lots on a private driveway.
Where's that in the
code? Right, where is that?
It says 2 in chapter 49, I believe it is. I don't know if anybody remembers, but yeah, you can't have more than 2 lots on a private driveway. single family houses usually come in, and once they hit more than 4, we tell them they have to provide a public roadway.
But I think that,
Or
as
private.
someone said, the key here is it's a shared access lot. So I don't know that we can then pivot and say, well, you're on a private driveway and therefore the requirements of a private driveway apply.
Shared access lots, you do.
Oh, yeah, shared access.
Hey, so Pat, this is Robert. We don't have answers to some of the questions for today. And, but we are working on getting together a meeting with DPS so that we can all come up with a consolidated approach and answer for you, because it's going to be the same. We're going to have similar situations for other applications when they come in, and we are trying to be supportive of this. So I think if we can try and get that meeting set up internally with us so that we're on the same page, but also I think, what is it, next week, Stephanie, that
Yeah, it'd be next Tuesday.
so we'll try to get answers for you by next Tuesday.
Is there any way, Robert, and would it be helpful? I mean, we'd like to participate in that meeting if possible. And I only say that because obviously when this zoning text amendment was drafted, certain things weren't considered, and I'm hoping that, we would be able to sort of shed some light on some of the things that are discussed.
Right, and I think that's done purposefully to not provide too much detail, I think, in the ZTA, so that they try to get worked out through, through the development process. But I have no problem with you participating. We'll try and get that. We're trying to get that scheduled now. We'll circulate an invite to you shortly.
Okay, and as I said a couple minutes ago, I mean, that, timing for us is critical because there's a period of time within which we need to make a decision of go or no go. So we need some guidance.
Okay.
Then, I mean, so much of it, those were really the biggies in terms of the putting us at a pivotal point of where we go. So we need answers on those before we can dig too deep into some of the other more detailed comments. I guess with our remaining time, the one comment I would bring up, and then I'll let Jeff bring up any others that he may have, is there was a comment about us being a green corridor. And when I looked at the Corso project, I did not see green corridor mentioned in the staff report there. I mean, I recognize that the master plan says Connecticut Avenue as a green corridor, but all that shows is plantings along the landscaping strip between the sidewalk and back of curbs, and then some shrubs. So is there something more that we need to be aware of with respect to that designation? Or it's not even a designation, it's just a comment in the master plan.
So Levi had that comment that it's, Connecticut Avenue is listed as a green corridor. And I think it's on page 32.
Yep.
The page or two preceding that, it discusses what the expectations would be. And as part of your future submission, you would show how you're meeting that or why you can't.
Okay, well, I guess.
Is that part of Corso's review?
So, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Well, when I look at the sections on page 32, yeah, as I said, it shows trees along the landscaping strip and then just some shrubs.
But it seems you have space for the plantings as per the current layout.
Okay. Jeff, do you have other comments?
Just
questions?
Just one or two questions. I think Marie's here, right? See her?
Yep.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Just a question. You had made a comment about access around all sides of the building, 15 feet clear and walkable grade along all exterior walls. That around the perimeter of the building, right? So not just front and back?
Correct.
Okay, so where we have a 6-foot sidewalk in the back, that needs to be 15 feet wide to the property line?
Well, the executive regulation, so prescriptive code says 15. We can typically throw ladders in a 10-foot space. If you have no openings in that wall, then a 5-foot walking path is fine because we don't need to throw ladders against walls that have no windows in them. So that would be how you choose
Okay.
to lay it out. Obviously,
Ah.
the second two options would be performance-based design.
Okay, great. That's helpful.
Mhm.
I think the rest of the stuff, Marie, we can work with you directly if we have any questions and once we update the plans. So thank you.
So something came up at pre-DRC the other day that I didn't necessarily catch. If your units are facing plan north, so your front doors are plan north, then you have perhaps a walking distance issue, but it appears that you're showing protected corridors accessing the alley to plan south. So what is your interior layout of these things? Do you have secondary main access out the back, or are we going out the front?
I would imagine we don't have an actual footprint or layout yet. We have some sketches. I would imagine a door, pedestrian door on the south side of each of the units and another pedestrian access door on the north side of each of the units.
Well, again, the ones on the south, if you're trying to count it as a main access for fire department and firefighter operations, it has to be into the main living space. It can't be directly into the garage, but we can talk about that offline.
Could it be a hallway?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's what sort of envisioned.
That's what it looked like. That's why I
yeah.
didn't make the comment
Yeah.
in writing, but that needs to
Yeah.
be confirmed and
Okay.
Tightened up.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
This is
anyone?
Natasha from, this is Natasha, urban designer from the design and placemaking event, placemaking division. I think that was also referred to one of our design comment that we were confused where the entry to the units gonna be. And I think that's why Marie is asking, because you have a sidewalk at the back. So those houses, it appears to have like a front, like some sort of entryway from the plan north, but then your fire access drawing shows that there's another door at the garage entryway. So that's that confusion come from. So if you can clarifying in the next round, that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely, we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone from State Highway here?
Probably not.
All right, we'll reach out to them with that question. I don't have anything else. Pat?
Okay. Bob, did you have anything?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Can you please, this is Richard Brockmeyer with Transportation Division. Can you just please include Leah Daniels on any correspondence with SHA, just so we're looped in?
Yes.
Should we, I forget the procedure for planning the meeting for next Tuesday. I mean, I know we're having an internal meeting first. I mean, you're having an internal meeting with DPS, which hopefully we can participate in. But then will I get an email for the follow-up for next Tuesday? Or do we schedule that now?
Yeah, just reach out to me about, I'll keep you informed.
That's Jeff talking, right?
Yeah, sorry
Okay.
about that. And Pat, before I forget, you'll also need to coordinate with the town of Chevy Chase on this.
Yeah, we've had some initial discussions, but we're aware of that. Thank you. Okay.
Anything further or?
Not
I'm
from
good.
us at the moment. We look forward to the internal meeting.
Sounds great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Thank
You guys.
for Cabin John, Section 1, which is a preliminary plan and a site plan in Cabin John on MacArthur Boulevard, which is Plan South, and 77th Street, which is to the left of the units that are shown. The lot is unusual in that the core of it, with the stem out to the right, out to 77th, is CRT, and the sort of area around that core is R90. And this is an artifact from the 1990 BCC plan. The proposal is for 5 lots for 1 unit on each. The unit itself seems to be the same, but 4 of them are designated as live work units so that they count towards the commercial square footage, and then 1 of them as a single family home, so counting for the residential square footage. As you've seen on my comments, I think the main thing is that the application needs to be updated just to sort of be very clear about how we're doing the counting and the setbacks and meeting the development requirements. And so I think, a diagram showing the zoning lines more clearly, and identifying the zoning, and how much of the tract area is in R90, how much of it is in CR, and just sort of breaking all of that out. From a zoning and master plan perspective, didn't really see any major issues there, but I think in terms of explaining this to the community and to the planning board, Pat, we'll just need you to sort of separate all that up. Do I turn it over to them, or do we? Yeah. All right. So Stephanie, so I turn it over to you, and we have lots of folks here.
Well, I feel honored, Elza, that we get to be the project that you step back into this role for. So, for momentary. So, thank you for the comments. They were very helpful, comprehensive as always, and obviously some of them, like you mentioned, Elza, really will just require us to kind of refine the plans further with our resubmittal, which we certainly can do. We can coordinate if we have questions as we get into the weeds of it. Opal's really excited. Sean Rupert's on today on behalf of Opal, excited to move forward with this project. This project is unique in that Opal is a local Cabin John business. The principals live in Cabin John, and so they've really approached the design of this project as personal and wanting to make sure that it embodies all the positive attributes that make Cabin John so unique. So we're excited to be moving forward with it. I think there was just a few that we wanted to chat about today while we have the benefit of everyone being on the call. In no particular order, I think the first comment we wanted to chat about was there was a request for a wider street buffer along 77th. So in looking at this, it looks like we can expand the street buffer to 9 feet to give more room for the trees. But we just wanted to clarify, I can't remember if there was conflicting comments, Pat, or if we were just seeking clarity as to whether or not it was preferable to have the 1 foot or 2 foot maintenance buffer on, the building side of the sidewalk here. And that will dictate obviously how wide that buffer is.
Yeah, I think everybody shared the same comment. It just was a matter of, do we go down to 1 or a 2 foot maintenance buffer? I think we're fine either way, as long as if anybody has a strong opinion about that, we can. I think because there was concerns raised about like the sewer line that's in there, but although that is very deep, it's like 10 feet deep. Maybe the 9 feet's the way to go, but we're happy to go either way if there's a preference.
Yeah, Pat, 1 foot would be the lowest, so one is good.
Okay. Okay.
Great. Okay, so we will update that cross section to reflect that shifting of the space to expand that buffer with our resubmittal. The next one was on, Justine, I think you had a comment regarding the MacArthur Boulevard frontage and sidewalk. And Pat, maybe you want to give a little color to this in terms of some of the conflicts that we're working with the swale and the kind of context of the community and how that's dictated what we're showing.
Yeah, I mean, we understand if you look at complete streets for the road type, it would call for, I think it's like in its open section, it would call for like a 15-foot wide buffer and then a 6-foot side walk, or maybe it's 8 foot. I can't remember. But as you can see, you probably have seen if you looked at Google Earth or visited the site, there's this, really big swale there today that serves MacArthur. And, if you look left, there is a little bit of sidewalk to the left that goes to the bus stop, but really nothing else in either direction. And to really, if we need to leave that swale there, it's very important for the drainage at MacArthur. So if we built a sidewalk, it would be significantly back from the road to the point where it probably would be, I would think, pretty out of character with the neighborhood. In that sort of hill that exists in the right of way there. It's a wide right of way. So just wanted to talk through that with the team. Recognize there's a complete streets requirement, but this may not be the right location to do that. So just wanted to sort of get some feedback there. And we're talking about just the sidewalk, not the comment about the shoulder, the bikeable shoulder.
Yes, hey, this is Justine. So yeah, when we look at complete streets required, for the sidewalk, it requires the swell, the street buffer and all this requirements. So I just outlined everything there. I know that MacArthur Avenue is somewhat unique because it's federally owned. And so I understand the hardships that you may have with that. I know, I'm not quite sure if but for MCDOT is sufficient what you have, like the swell, and you could have that.
Yeah, so MacArthur, Justine said, is owned by the feds. We have a maintenance agreement. So any type of change to it will have to be approved by the Corps of Engineers. So we understand that that's difficult. I also had a comment about a bus stop that's existing across 77th Street. It's pretty close to your site. So we said for you to maybe look at moving that in front of your frontage if possible. If not, just let us know, just show us what's existing, how it looks like, and the limitations you have. And if not, for you to provide a receiving ramp on the other side of 77th Street that leads to that existing bus stop and provide a bench.
And then for the sidewalk specifically, I think along the property frontage, I believe that we could work something out if not, possibly collecting a fee in lieu for the sidewalk if it's not possible. I think that might be another option.
Yeah, well, we did collect a fee, I want to say, on 80th Place Street, which is close to you on a different project. So we've done that before.
Yeah, I mean, it may be worth doing that and sort of roll it into the bikeable shoulder thing because, as you mentioned, I've talked to the Army Corps about this. They kind of want to jump right into permits, so it's kind of hard on the planning side of things. But I hate to commit to something that they may ultimately say no to. So, and there's the sort of context of it as well. So, if that's an option, it might be worth exploring for all of us.
Yeah, let me discuss this internally a bit, and then we can get back to you via email after this.
Okay.
Great, thank you. So we saw there was a comment, it looked like both from DOT and Park and Planning regarding revising the driveway apron style that's being used here. So we will update that. The other thing we wanted to chat about with the driveways was kind of the width. I think there was a comment about kind of how wide they were. Pat, do you want to chat about that a little bit?
Yeah, we'll look at whether we can narrow that up a little bit. I mean, there is a little bit of a challenge in that there's not that much space between and the sidewalk's going to move even closer to the property line. So there's not that much space, to sort of truncate, if you will, to get in and out of the garage. But we'll study whether we can at least shave a little bit off of it. But that's just kind of constrained by the fact that you've got like 20 feet between the garages. Well, one's a garage and one's a carport, and the sidewalk, and you kind of have to, if you're going to provide a truncation, you kind of need room to make that maneuvering work without having cars running over the grass just trying to get to one or the other.
And I think in line with that, I think there was a comment about trying to do the driveways tandem here, but because they're detached and the ability to then still need to get to their separate driveways, that's not something that really, I think that would actually add a lot more pavement than reducing it here, just given that they're detached homes. But as Pat was describing, we'll look at ways if it's possible to narrow them a little bit.
Yep.
Thank you.
Stormwater management, that has been, I know there was a comment on that has been already submitted to DPS. So we will make sure obviously that, it's under review and everything synced up there.
Can we mention that just briefly, real quick? Hi, Pat. We do have the application in for review. There will be 3 things you're going to get back, though, that are kind of important. One is you're looking at compensating for the bottom lot by over controlling on the other lots, and that's not something that we can support because each of those lots needs to provide their own control if you're creating new properties. The other thing is the location of the planter box between the house and the and right up to the property line. There's just no access for even routine maintenance there without getting on another property. So that's too tight in there. We won't be able to support that. And the other thing was you do include a request for a waiver of some of the on-site stuff. I think with the right-of-way stuff, we could still consider it, even though it's tangential to what the code really pushes us to. But you're asking for a waiver of a shortfall on the lots themselves, and we won't be able to support the waiver either at this point because you're creating new properties. So you'll see those things come back with the comments.
Okay. Mark, just to be clear, what we did on I think we comped the whole thing and we didn't do it on an individual lot basis. So, but are you saying to comp it on an individual lot basis?
Each lot needs to stand as its own and provide and show that stormwater management can reasonably be expected to be provided on those lots. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we can do a follow-up. I mean, the tricky thing, as you can see here, is that like we looked at like dry wells and pervious paving, and the only way to get the volume that's needed and we have green roofs even on these houses to the extent feasible.
Yeah.
But the only way to really get the balance is in a planter box. And you probably saw if you looked at you may have, I think we uploaded them because it was helpful from a stormwater perspective to see the roofs where they're all angled.
I did.
And so like the water all comes down the side where those boxes would be. So it's a real, and then the problem is on the southernmost southmost lot, we've got a PUE that's right up against the property line. And so we're struggling there for room for anything.
Yeah.
But maybe we can have an offline discussion about that and just sort of brainstorm it.
I just wanted to put this in front of you right now because those are things that I can see that might be a problem for you right now. Okay. We could talk about it once we get the comments back to you. We can set up a meeting and go over everything. Happy to do that, as always. All right, thanks.
Great. Thanks, Mark. Elsa, you had a question regarding the master plan and kind of a diagram. We wanted just to clarify what you were looking for. Is that related to the comment that you started off with in terms of better understanding like where the zoning line falls on the property and the specific, what's within each area and the setbacks, or is it something more? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And I think just sort of dimensioning them each out would be useful. And it also wasn't clear, and I think I provided this comment, if and I don't remember what the total square footage, if that included all 5 units or whether that was just the commercial, because the table said 1 single family unit, but we don't do units, we just do square footage. So again, it's just sort of clarifying in clear terms that all of the density is on the CRT piece. It's all FAR. The lots are going to be, in multiple zones, and you'll apply whatever development standard for the lots or depending on what zone it's in. So the front, the lot width at the right of way is, I think, the only one that I saw that would really apply here. I think all of the others would be set by the site plan. So that just all needs to be broken out very explicitly.
Okay, great. We'll make sure to do that. And as I mentioned, if we have questions, we'll follow up, but I think I'm clear on what you're looking for there. I think that might dovetail a little bit. I know, Amy, you had a comment regarding size. And maybe this is something we can just clean up in the data table when we resubmit, because the size, I think that you were referring to was the size of the lot and not of the house, but we can make sure that the data table is really clear what the size of the lots are, and then the size, the FAR of the house. And Elsa, to your point about, we're taking density just off the CRT piece of the property, but making sure that the data table clearly tells that story.
But this is Amy with DPS zoning.
Yep.
You were talking to me, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
Sorry,
I
sorry,
think
yes,
that would
there's
be
two
very,
Amy's, but
very
yes,
helpful. And then the other question I had was about the FAR calculation. I was just asking whether the seller level, because in the statement of justification, you mentioned that the lower level is seller, so it's not included in gross floor area calculation. I just want to see something like maybe a sketch or something that demonstrates why that area is a cellar, is not a basement.
Sure. Pat, we can provide, you need any
Mhm.
clarity on that, or I think you've done that before in terms of the calculation to show how the grade meets seller definition.
Yeah, that or we could probably. I mean, these are all completely buried, so we could probably even just do like an architectural section or something. But we'll get Amy what she needs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then I guess Amy, on the follow up with that too, I know you had a comment, I think it was number 37. I just flagging that the standards in the table maybe didn't match standards in the ordinance. And we can also follow up on this. We just were trying to seek additional clarity if there were specific standards you were looking at for that.
No, well, I think when I was looking at the plan, look at the data table, and I think there's something that doesn't really quite match what the code says. So that's why I put the comment there. You can double check and yeah, just make
It
sure
might have
it
been
matches.
we did make a we did make a mistake. I think Elsa pointed out too that we had because we had previously explored a commercial to residential conversion here. We had that word in the data table, and you may
Yeah,
have been
that could
looking at
be,
that.
yeah.
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 So
Yeah.
we will
Okay.
fix that. I apologize.
Thank you.
Great. That was all I had on my list. Pat or Sean, did you have anything else you wanted to get clarity on?
Yeah, I had just a couple things. I'm not sure if Marco's on here or not, or somebody from the environmental team, but we do have, as was pointed out, we do have there's a tree out there today that was, there's a forest conservation exemption here with a tree safe plan, and there was a requirement to mitigate some variance tree loss. I think the NRI showed those variance trees on the lots. The tree is like right on the property line. I think you could argue it's maybe the majority of it's in the right of way, but didn't know if those mitigation trees could be in the right of way or if they have to be on lot. Obviously, we always are cautious about putting thing on lot for single family because now a homeowner has to be aware that that tree is protected and everything like that. So just wanted to see if there's the ability to put that in the right of way, since I think the tree that's coming out's in the right of way. So I don't know if Marco's on here or anybody, but if not, we can follow up with him.
Marco's here.
Pat, oh, sorry, go ahead, Marco. Sorry.
Well, I guess if you want to show us, you could send an email with your justifications and what the where the tree falls on the line. Maybe we can go from there, but perhaps Amy was going to add or say something there.
Yeah, what I was going to say is I hear what you're saying. However, trees in the right of way are really the purview of DOT. And so that's why yeah, I understand that the whoever's lot the trees are on will have to deal with it, but we're not putting them in easement. You know, we assume that there'll be a landscaping, some sort of landscaping planted with this. So, perhaps you can incorporate them into your landscape plans, but, yeah, variance mitigation trees don't go in the right of way.
Okay.
Sorry, they're not actually variance trees. It's an exemption. So
Okay, all right, but mitigation trees in general, we don't want planted in the right of way. Because that really does need to be DOT's, purview.
Okay, but will they still come with, they'll just come with a 5-year maintenance and management agreement? Is that what the
No,
requirement would be? No?
because it's an exemption, there's no maintenance and management agreement.
Okay, well then I mean, the applicant's definitely planning on putting landscaping and trees in, so I think we can probably just work it into that then. I was just concerned about, as I mentioned, a homeowner having to be aware of it.
Yep.
In perpetuity,
hear
so.
that.
Okay.
Also, and on that note, you do have a landscape plan, but I think it only shows like the trees along 77. And I don't remember seeing it, but just add a note to that plan that this isn't like a multifamily building where you're going to have a landscape plan that's going to be done to be maintained, whatever. If, the person in the middle lot wants to plant tulips, they don't need to come back and amend the plan. So just add a note that they can, just for tulips, put them wherever they want.
Okay, good idea. That was one thing. The other was, I think, for Marco, that we saw the comment about the off-site disturbance, that wall that extends on the neighbor's property. It may be difficult to get an authorization letter at this point. That's probably going to be more of a permit thing. I think we've decided as a team, we can probably just leave it for now and leave the disturbance off of their property. If we want to explore that later, we would, do that during the permit process. But just wanted to throw that out there. Do you see any issue with that?
Right. So as it is now, the subject property has a retaining wall encroaching into the neighboring property. And as submitted, it shows limits of disturbance to remove it. And then back at the time of the exemption, I put a note in that you would need the letter of authorization. But I don't know. I guess if the LOD isn't there, then you don't need the letter of authorization. But then at the same time, it's not helpful to have, say, an unrealistic plan that shows the an encroachment to remain if that's not what's actually proposed.
Okay. Well, I think we decided it could remain. And certainly, if we realize from like at the permitting stage with Mark Etheridge's group, if we're going to work on somebody else's property, we absolutely need to have a letter of permission at a minimum. The issue is the neighbor, it sounds like, may or may not want to remove that. So we may just need to be committing to leaving it for now. And certainly if it comes up later, we'll have to address it. But we'll make a decision as a team there. But I think we have determined that because it is retaining, we could just sort of cut it off. The piece that's on our property is almost just like a curb. It's a very small little piece. So we think we could leave it if needed.
Does the LOD impact the variant or the
big tree that's over there?
No, the exemption.
Well, the LOD is shown, the way it's shown here on the plan is the way it's on the exemption. So we would be reducing the LOD.
So I guess where I'm going with it is that you could just add a note to say that this area, may not be removed or whatever. If it's just to limit the number of things you'd have to amend if you came back.
Okay.
And so I'm just throwing it out there for Marco and for Amy, if that would be an acceptable alternative.
So we've been dealing with a lot of letters of authorization issues recently. And so we've kind of had to develop a policy. Essentially, we will not approve a plan that shows disturbance on someone else's property without their permission, because we've had a lot of plans submitted showing disturbance on other people's property. And this is very upsetting to the other property owners who are like, wait, how can you just approve this without my permission? So if you just can remove that disturbance, and then it sounds like that could easily be a field call for the inspectors. That would be good.
Okay.
Great. Yeah, that might be the cleanest way. Thanks, Amy.
And then the last thing I had was for Brenda and team. I think we submitted a site distance for like the northernmost driveway because that's the closest to. There is a vertical crest in 77th Street. And I think we noted there's the speed limit on this road. There's a sign, but the only sign is in front of this property, and it's 25 miles per hour, which is pretty fast for that little road if you've ever been up and down it. We were suggesting that get changed to 15 miles per hour, or maybe a speed bump be put in or something like that, because I think the 25-mile requirement does go beyond that crest. So this probably warrants a follow-up discussion with us, but just how we can creatively address that, because it's a pretty big requirement for this little neighborhood, and that speed seems excessive for that little road. But it's the only sign out there, and it's on this property.
That's the posted speed. We can talk offline. But yeah, right now that would have to be for your site distance evaluation. You use a 25.
Yep.
right, so we got one more minute. Any other thoughts?
That's all I had.
So the planning board item is scheduled for June 18th. So yeah, what's that day?
I had a resubmission date on the 25th. Does that sound right, Elsa?
Sure. You have to look. Sooner the better.
Double check it on the online schedule. Perfect. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. We appreciate it. And we'll follow up, like we mentioned, at least a few kind of outstanding things we need to connect offline on.
Cool. Thank you.
Have a great day.
Okay.
Thanks.
Bye.
Oh my.